Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 15-part video series showing you how to create J4M house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So I'm gonna click on New, drop down, Architecture Template, and then press OK. And then once we have this, we need to click on Save and save it to the location that we want to. So I'm gonna save it to this spot where I wanted it. So J4M house. That's what I'm gonna call this. You can click on Option before you click on Save, and then here you can set up how many backups that you want. I'm gonna click on 5. I think that's good enough for intermediate. If you're a beginner, you can do 10 to 20. This is so that you can go back to anything. For example, if you have a problem with the project and you want to go back, you can instantly go back to that point. So now I'm gonna press OK, click on Save, and then if we check our units, so you can type in UN. You can see that I'm using millimeters. We're in the metric template. If you want inches, you need to go and open up a imperial template. So once we're done with this, we're going to start off by adding grid lines. So it's under architecture, and as you can see on the right side, this is the icon that you need to click. You can also type in GR, that's for keyboard shortcut. So GR. So once you do, you'll be able to add in a line, a radius arc, and so much more. So here I'm just going to use line. I'm gonna click from below to above, and that's around the middle of this elevation tags that we have here. So right now I started with number 1 and it's vertical. So I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So what will happen is we can select that grid line again, and then we're going to be on the modify tab now. You can click on the copy command, or you can type in CO, that's the keyboard shortcut. So CO, and then once you do, the most important thing is to click multiple so that you don't need to keep on clicking copy again. So here I'm just gonna check multiple. I'm going to grab the grid line, and then I'm gonna place it on the right side of my screen. So meaning that if I put it on my right side, it will keep on adding on the right side only. So of course, if you put it on the left side, it will add on the left side. So now I'm gonna type in 3185. So it started creating grid line number 2, and then again 3650. So we added that grid line again. So I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So now we're going to add the horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna type in GR, and I'm going to click on the right side to the left side. But if you notice, if I'm gonna press escape and then escape again, zoom in, it will start number 4, which I don't want, because I want my horizontal grid line to be letters. So I'm gonna change that to a capital A. So now it's capital A. Once we create grid lines, it will start the sequence of letters. So that's a smart thing about Revit, that it recognizes what you did, and it will basically do the sequence. So now I'm gonna press escape again. I'm going to select that and then type in CO. Multiples is already checked because from the default we check multiple and it will recognize it again. And basically every time you copy now, just double check, but I'm sure that it will stick with multiple checked. So now I'm gonna grab it and then I'm gonna pull it downwards from my screen. I'm gonna type in 5624. Next will be 2790. Next will be, you want to make sure that it's 90. 2490. And lastly, we have 2950. So now that we have all our grid line, we can zoom out and press escape multiple times. What I notice is that this area or this grid line, the horizontal, is too much. We put too much. So what we'll do is we're going to center this first. So I'm going to select everything and then just grab it. So basically, every time you have your model, it always needs to be at the center of the elevation tags in order for you to choose the elevation and in order for that to be shown on that elevation. So for example, if you have your model right here, you just need to move this elevation tag. It's easy. You'll be able to move it like so. So I'm gonna undo that. And then here, now that it's in the center, I'm gonna click on one of the grid lines right here. And if you notice, there is a temporary dimension or the temporary dash line that is showing. This is the dimension, this is the dash line. So that dash line indicates that if we put one up, all of them will be pulled up because there are aligned on each other. So now I'm cleaning it up. I'm selecting that as well. I'm gonna pull it right here as well. So for example, if you want to show the grid bubble on this side as well, all you need to do is check the square bubbles right here to show bubble. The only thing that you need to do is you need to select them individually, and then once you have it, you will have it all the way. So that's the hard part, is you need to do that on all the grid lines. So now that you're done with that, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the dimension. You can type in DI, and then from DI, what we need to do is we need to add dimensions first on every grid line and then the overall. Again, dimensions on all grid line and then overall. So now that we're good with that, we can now press escape and then escape again. Here's a zoom in so that you'll be able to follow all the grid lines that we have. So now that we're good with this, we can now go to our elevation. I always click on south elevation, which is facing on this way. So now I'm gonna click on south, double click on that. You want to make sure that all the levels is under or above your grid line, or else it's not gonna be shown. So for example, I'm going to pull it down. So right now, if we click on level 2, everything is showing. If for example, you notice when you check your level 2, how come there's no vertical grid lines right here? That's because it's under the levels right here. So all you need to do is just pull it up, and this will be shown again. So those are the things that you need to do in order to fix anything that you cannot see. So here I have level 1 to level 2. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to put 3000 only from level 1 to level 2. Then again, I want to add the roof line. So here you could go to architecture. Beside the grid line, we have levels, and you can type in LL to add level. So I'm gonna type in LL, and then we could add levels right here. So another 3000, and then there we go. If you notice, once we add level 3, our floor plan already upgraded to add level 3 again as well. So that's good when you're adding just 1 or 2 levels. But if you're adding multiple levels, for example only, I'm gonna undo that. The fastest way is selecting level 2 and then clicking on copy. And then multiple is check. And then you could grab level 2 and then pull it up, and then keep on adding 3000, the height of the levels. The only issue with this is the level 3 and level 4 is not showing on this level. So now the solution for that, so I'm gonna undo just level 4 because level 3 we're gonna use. But the solution for that is you need to go to view, and then here under plan view, you just need to go to floor plan. It's already highlighted. If you have multiple levels, you will be able to hold on shift and then select at the last part, and then it will highlight everything. So the only thing you need to do is highlight everything and then press OK. Once we press OK, level 3 will be appearing here. So that's the only thing that is what you do, or you need to do in order to show those levels. And those just an extra step, but it will be faster for you actually. Instead of you, like for example, if you have 30 levels, that will be very hard to add individually. So at least you know the fast way and the faster way. So now I'm just going to pull this one down a little bit. If you want, you will need to double check every elevation in order for you to see if everything is crossing the level 3 so that it's appearing. This one is appearing, but I just want to pull it back so that we have room, because sometimes you need to add dimensions to this elevation. You can do so. So now here, north is good, south, and then west is good as well. So everything is good. Let's go back to level 1. And then let's go back to architecture and click on the wall. And then here we have basic wall generic 200 millimeters. So I know in newer Revit versions, what you have is preloaded. So what I mean preloaded is you have this exterior brick on CMU, you don't have any more of the generic wall. So now what you could do is you could select one of them. You can create your own by duplicating, and then here you could just type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, click on edit, and then now what you have is your exterior side and interior side. You can delete all of this and then all of this right here, but the one that you cannot delete is the layer above wrap and layer below wrap, and then in the middle as well, the structure. So those are the ones that you cannot delete, but as you can see, you can delete everything else. You can change the thickness right here. We can put 150, and then here let's change it up to something white, which I always choose gypsum wallboard. So I'm gonna choose that one, press OK, and then OK again. What you need to change here is base constraint is level 1, which is our base, and we want it to be above, or the top constraint to be up to level 2 only, not all the way to the top. So here, once you change this, click apply, it will change here as well. So you can change it right here or right here. Wall center line is the default. We're gonna maintain that. And then here you have chain already checked, so we're good by adding, going to A1, going to A3, going down to A or E3, going back here to E2, and then right here, if we zoom in, we can select here to our D2 and then D1, and then we're going to fix that later on. So I'm going to change that so it's easy to just give you the direction like this for now, and then go and finish A1, and then after that we can basically change it up later on. So here it's easy to let you know that I want to move this one right here. I'm going to grab this temporary dimension and add it to the D grid line, and then here I'm going to put in 177T. So now it falls back right here. So it's easier to edit those instead of you guys or me letting you guys know that this is here and there. So the dimension is easier to do that. So now that we have our exterior wall, let's create an interior wall. But first, the one that we have here is also an exterior wall. So here I'm gonna grab this. You can type in CS. CS is basically create similar. It's under modify. So once you click that, you'll be able to select whatever object right here, and it will be easily, you can add it again. So here I'm gonna add an exterior line for A2 up to B2 and going back to B1. So now we have exterior side and exterior wall right here. We're probably gonna change this wall later on, because we're gonna pull that back, and then this will be a border wall. But at the meantime, we're going to just stick with this. It's easier to change it later than to change it now. Once we understand the layout that we're trying to do here. So now, what I'm gonna do is, we could go and add more exterior wall and then interior wall. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Press OK. Click on edit. It will be 150 as well. And let's leave it at gypsum wallboard for now. And then here, once we have interior wall, I want to add C3, going to C2, and then going back to connecting to this wall. So now I know it's 150 as well, so we maintain that thickness of the wall. So I'm gonna leave it like that, and then in terms of an interior wall in this space, most of them are open area, so we're gonna leave it like that for now. So we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the grid lines, the exterior wall, and then the levels. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So I'm gonna zoom in here, and then we're gonna start off by adding the stairs. So under architecture, you can click on the stairs, and then once you have the stairs, we can start adding the stairs by determining how many risers that you want, and also the distance. For me, I'm going to add at least 14. It will be 7 each, and then it's going to be a U shape. So I'm going to add 14. I will add 7 each for the riser, and then it's just going to be a U shape. So here I'm gonna start by adding here. If you zoom in, it will tell you how many you did and how many remaining. So here I have 7 that I created and 7 remaining. I'm going to click that, and then now I'm going to move on the side and then add another one. I usually do is click finish first, and then select that and then nudge it in place once I do. And then we could see it into our 3D. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove this on this side, and then just leave it this one. I could change that to glass panel if I want to make it nicer. And then from here, we could change it a little bit, but we could do that later on. My plan is to at least have everything set up with the furniture and everything. So I could align this one at the corner right here. I want to make sure that I align it enough to be at the corner. So AL is for align. So now I like the gap here, and then we have some space for the door, and we know that this is going up and then this is going down. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to architecture and then double check this is the interior wall. So I'm going to select that and then CS. CS is create similar. It's easier for you to select the ones that you already added and then using CS in order for that to be live, or you can be able to add that instantly. So that's something useful to use. So now, knowing that I select the interior wall, I needed the interior wall, so I select that and then type in CS, and then now I could add it instantly. So now I'm gonna add that right there, AL to align it, and then there we go. That looks much better. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in the furniture. So I go into insert, load family, and then we have here under the furniture folder we have table, seating, bed, storage, and whatever. So now I'm going to add in the seating first. So let's add in the couch. I'm gonna use this sofa corbu. Click open, and then what you need to do is you need to load them one by one. So I loaded that one, and then now I could type in CM. So that is component, and then you'll be able to add it instantly. So you can press spacebar to change orientation. So I'm gonna add it right there, and then we can add in some chairs. So that's the trick. Load them one at a time, and then you'll be able to use CM so that you don't need to look for it. Because for example, if you don't know the CM, you will need to go to architecture, click on component in order to look for that. And what if you already loaded too much or too many? So now you will need to look for it and see where it is, and you only have this small picture right here for you to see that this is the one that you just loaded or you loaded before. So now it's a good idea to load them one at a time and then type in CM so that you don't need to go under architecture and then click on this. It's just a fast way of doing things. So now I'm gonna load a chair with the same thing, CM, and then load it right here. If you notice, this is too big for the space. So what you can do is, I'll show you how to edit any family. So you just need to select that family, edit type. What you need to do is you need to always duplicate any family so that the original will stay. So here I'm gonna select duplicate. You could name it whatever you want. I'm just gonna name it sofa 2 to make it easier. And then the depth is what I want to change. So here I want to change this to 550. Press OK, and then now it looks much better. I could align it right here and then there. Now I'm gonna do the same thing right here. Edit type, duplicate. I'll leave it the name like that, and then 550. Press OK, and then it's much better. Then I need a coffee table, and then we will load in a TV or an entertainment TV. So let's go to insert, load family, go back here, and then we have table. Let's look for a coffee table. This is what I usually use. Press open, CM, and place it in the middle. Escape and then escape. Now what you can see is there are 3 preloaded right here. So what you can do is you can change it from there to this. But if you notice, you can also create your own size. So here I'm gonna click edit, duplicate it again. I'm gonna call it coffee table to make it easier for me. And then now we can change the length, the width, and the height. I'm going to change the width or the length. This one I'm gonna make it probably 900, and then the width is probably 600 to make it easier. We can make it, increase it more, probably 1200. Click apply, okay. Now it looks much better with the spacing, and then we could push it a little bit right here, because we're going to add a window right here and then entertainment right here. So that's why we're spacing it carefully. So now let's go to load again. Under insert, go back here, and then we have storage right here, and then there is an entertainment center that we could add and edit here. So I'm gonna open that, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. I'm gonna place it right here, and in order for us to edit it properly, what we can do is we can go to right here, we have section, and then let's add in a section right here. Don't worry, we're gonna flip it out. So here, once you add this one, press escape, select that again, and then we have a flip section right here. So flip it, and then what we can do is double click that. It's facing on the other way, so let's go back here and then select that, and then click on spacebar. Now it will rotate, and then now it's facing the correct way. So the idea is that we're going to add floors here. So once we add a floor, what I'm gonna add for the thicknesses of the floor is 200. So once we add the floor, it will go down here under level 2. It will go down to the level. It will be 200 from here. So now the height, actual height from here will be from floor to ceiling will be 2800. So minus 200 for the thickness of the floor. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that, edit, and then now I'm gonna go to the height. I'm gonna set it up to 2800. So I'm done with that size. If I press apply, okay, at least it's in the correct height. Now for the width, I'm gonna edit that as well. So width, I'm gonna estimate around probably 3000 I need. So now this is good enough. I want to have some room here, so I could push this one on the side. AL, I'm gonna align it right here. Here I'm gonna select that again, edit, and then the depth is too much as well, so I'm gonna change that to 500. And then the center right here, edit that again, we could take care of that with this. So I don't want to maximize it, so probably 2000 is good enough. So I just don't want the look of the storage beside that, so probably 1500 for now. And then let's not forget, we can basically expand that more if we want to, but I want the option of adding the back door right here. So I just want to add that option right there. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back here, and then we need to add the TV. So I'm gonna press OK, CM, spacebar, and let's add it right about here. Don't worry, we're gonna make it big enough. So let's go back to our section in order for us to see it. Here we could place it right here by using align AL, and then let's grab it from here for now, and then AL again in order for us to place it correctly right there. And then we could change the sizing right here. We can do more if we want to by editing the type, duplicating it, and changing the diagonal and even the thickness. But it's up to you to decide. I think it's perfect enough for this space. Okay. And then let's go back to insert. I'm gonna load in some tables again. So here I'm going to add in the dining table. So I'm gonna press OK. Let's save that first and then type in CM, and we could add the table right about here. That's good enough space for the area. And then let's load in the chair. So here, go to seating, and then let's look for this one, and then click open, CM, spacebar to change orientation, spacebar again, add right here, and then we can actually extend this a little bit. So I'm gonna edit this. You can duplicate it if you want, but for me I'm just gonna change the width. So I'm gonna make this one as 900. Click apply, OK, and then from here I'm going to just move this one a little bit like that, and then we could just delete this for now. We don't need it for we're gonna need it later on, but it's just on our way. So now I'm going to click this one and then click draw axis. Here at least we can see that this is the midpoint, so you can use that draw axis. You can also, so I'm gonna select all of this by holding on control button, and then here you could use this one as well, pick axis. As you can see, it's showing where the midpoint is as well, so you can use this as well. So that's both of the difference of how to use that. So now we have the dining area right about on this, and then we could extend it or do it like that if we want to. So the thing that I'm planning to do here is the powder room would be under the stairs. So here I'm gonna add in the same thing, This is the interior wall right here, and I'm just gonna extend it just like that, and then we're going to add in the sink and then the toilet right about here. So it's just a small area for our powder room. I know it's not going to be visible too much, but we're going to add whatever we could add here. So we could basically add this one like that. I want to check it out in 3D, and then we can manually push it down like that. And even for this one, we can manually pull it down, and we can box this one out. But for now, we're gonna leave it like this. We could add in a door later on, and then we're gonna extend this a little bit. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the stairs, and also we added some furnitures. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna focus on is the kitchen. I would like the kitchen to be facing on this wall. So we will have this wall facing right here. This will be like a glass door, so that to open up the backyard right here. So now I'm gonna make it linear like this, and then all of this will be space for the island and whatever we're gonna put there. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on component drop down. Here we're gonna use model in place, and then look for generic model. Press OK, and it's up to you if you want to change the name. I'm just gonna leave it at generic model number 1. After that, click on extrusion, and then from here I'm gonna create extrusion using rectangle, and I want to make sure I will give a gap for the fridge. So I'm going to put it like this, and I'm going to move it a little bit on the right side. So we could have something right here, maybe a breakfast nook or whatever we decide later on. After that, I want to click on this line. Here I could set it as 650, or around 7 is good enough. And then click on finish. And then here we could set up the material. And then here I'm just going to use like a wood finish. So I'm gonna click on wood. I'm gonna use ash, and then click apply. Okay. And then from here I know it's gonna be 900 from the bottom to the top. So I'm gonna put that at 900 and I'm gonna click on finish. And then here I want to add the fridge right now. So I'm gonna insert, load family, and then here we could go to specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then mid-range, and we have the fridge right here. Click open, CM, spacebar, and then I'm going to just add it right there. I can push this one back like that. AL, I'm gonna align it at the back right there. And then here I'm going to click on edit. I don't want to show the label, and then click apply, and then OK. Next thing is actually I'm going to add the both case with a combination of convection oven. So I'm going to go insert again, load family, and oven and microwave, or the combination. So I'm gonna look for that, this one, double oven, and then CM. I'm gonna press on spacebar, and I'm going to add it like that. Select that, edit type. I don't want to show the label, so I'm gonna uncheck that. AL to make sure that they are aligned. So I'm good with that. And then I'm going to push this one back a little bit. So right now we could just move this one all the way right here. And then we're going to add a case in this spot. So now I'm going to add in a section. This section will be able to see what's going on right here. I'm going to extend that all the way right here, and then grab this and then flip this one to this side. You can double click right there, and then now I'm going to move this one above right here, and then we will add a casing right about here as well. So here in section, we're going to click on model in place again, generic model, and then this will be number 2. I'm gonna go and add an extrusion. I'm going to pick the plane, which is this wall, and let's use rectangle in order to add this. I'm gonna make sure that this is 2800, which is exactly what we want, but at the same time I want to align it from the level 1. So now we need to push this back 2800, and then here I'm going to add an opening, and then I'm going to align that right there, and then here as well I'm going to add an opening. At the same time we need to delete this, SL, and then TR, trim and extend. So in this regard we did this, but here we need to do this like that. So the 250 is not actually what we want right now, but we need to click on finish first, and then change the material. I'm going to add a stone finish on this one. I'm going to use fill stone, apply OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D to see the extrusion, and then here, from here, we could just grab the arrow and then just push it all the way right there to make it look nice. Let's go back here, and then I'm just going to push this one a little bit back, and then this one as well. AL, I'm going to align it from here, and then if we see it in 3D, it looks flush right there, and it looks proper. Okay, so now what I'm gonna add here is the top. So we'll have a dining area here, and then we're going to have a breakfast nook here, and then at the same time we will have an island. So there's a lot of things going on in this area, but that's fine because it will look nice. So now I'm going to add a top for this one. So here I'm going to just edit the extrusion part. I'm going to click on create and then click on extrusion. So this extrusion, I want to set this one, pick a plane, and then the plane that I'm gonna use is the top of this extrusion part. So once you set that, you can click on rectangle, and then you want to make sure that it's only 25. After that, this will be another stone material, so we need to change that. And then click on granite cut polish for the material. After that, click on finish and then finish. We want to see it. It's looking right good. And then now we need to edit this. We're going to add the kick plate. So I'm going to select that, edit in place again, but instead of extrusion, we're going to click on void form and then void sweep. After void sweep, we're going to pick the path, and then we're going to choose this path. Or we could select it using pick line. That's easier. After that, click finish and then click on modify sweep again in order for you to have this option, and then click on edit profile. And then you can zoom in, select rectangle, and then create a rectangle going in. So right now it needs to go in so that we could void it. Here we could have 80, and then here we can do 100. So 100 by 80. That's fine for the kick plate. Click on finish, and then here, click here again, click finish again, and then now you can select cut geometry, and it will be cut like that. After that, click finish again, and then now you will add, let's add basically I want to add here the cooktop. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go to level 1 again, insert, load family, and then we're going to use probably one of the cooktop right here. I'm gonna click on open and then CM, and we're going to add the cooktop just right here at the top. I'm going to move this one just a bit in the middle like that, and I don't want the label, so I'm gonna select that, edit type, and then uncheck the label. So that's good. And then let's load in the range. So here we're going to go back. So probably, yeah, we need to go back, and then here mid-range, and then we need to, sorry, not mid-range, high end, and we need to have this hood wall. So range hood, click open, and then type in CM, and then we're going to add it right about here. And of course I don't want the label. And then from here, let's go to section again, and then let's pull this one above, just enough for the 2800. So just enough for that. So now it looks nice. And then we will create a cabinet at the top right here. We could use the section so that we could base it from this face. So again, let's go to architecture and then component drop down and click on model in place. Let's save this, and then once you do, look for generic model and then press OK again, and then press OK again. Now we're gonna create an extrusion, and we're gonna pick the plane on this wall. So press OK, choose this wall, and then now select this rectangle, and then from the 200 we're going to add the cabinet above. So AL, I'm gonna align it from this because I know this is 28. That's exactly the height that we need. And then from here I want to set that there should be 850, and that's high enough, and then that's good enough for here, for this one. I'm going to click on finish, and I know it's not enough. I'm going to need to change the materials again. This will be ash, same materials that we added from below. Actually, I'm planning to just change it to a different wood. So maybe Douglas fir will be good enough for this. And then click on finish again, go to 3D, and then from here we could basically just move this one back like so. If you want to be exact, you could click on edit, select that, and then edit extrusion. We could set it up as like this, and then we could go to level 1 just to change the width on that. But as you can see, we can basically manipulate the size instantly by using extrusion. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm just eyeballing how it looks, and here we could just drop this one as well if we want to. So we just need to go to section, and then here you could change the height of those so that nothing is sticking out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it down so that at least this one is visible enough. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the backsplash. So here again, I'm gonna click on component, model in place. This will be generic model. Press OK, and then OK again. Extrusion, pick a plane, same thing, this wall, and let's leave it at 10. And then here we need to change this one to tile. I'm gonna use this. Press OK, and then now we just need to add this rectangle all the way right here. Click on finish and then finish again. Now it's looking like this. I like the way it looks. In 3D, if you want to see all the grills, you just need to click on fine, and then more detail will appear. Now it looks nice. And then what we could do as well is we could add something right here in below. I'm going to put in some dishwasher. So go to insert, load family, go back here, mid-range, and it will be under here. So it's probably at the back here, high end. Let's add in these different kinds of range. You can even add this if we want to. So I'm just thinking where I seen that. I know it's something right here. So dishwasher, and then CM, we could add it in this face, and then by just taking out, that will be fine enough. And then we could just edit type, duplicate, or uncheck here, apply, and then OK. And then we could manipulate that to stick more later on. So it will look like that. And then we could push that back under our section if we see that it's not showing properly. So I could go and push it back more later on so that everything is flush properly. so that it's just showing the door. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to just hide this too. We can even use the scope box or section box if we want to. You could use that under properties, check this box, and then click apply. And then after that, you'll be able to pull this one out, and once you do that, you can see that it is basically hiding whatever's you unchecked there. So now everything is like that. If you want to make it back, you just need to uncheck that and it will go back. So for now, let's use the section box in order for us to do this one properly. Another way is for us to just hide this wall, but for now I think it's better to just use this. So now that we're seeing this, what I want to do is probably maybe push this back a little bit more, or maybe we could just add a void on that. So we're probably gonna deal with that later on, but for now, what I want to add here is we could add in the cabinets. So we already have our backsplash, and we could go to our section 1 and add in our cabinets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on here, click model in place, or we could just use this. So we could select the ones that we created here. So for example, I'm gonna start off with the top cabinet, edit in place, click on extrusion, pick a plane, which is this one. Once you select that, we could use rectangle and then offset this one to 10. Here we offset this to 10, but we want it from the inside, so just click on spacebar and then select that on the corner. After a while, I want to add the cabinets right here in the middle, so this is a perfect spot. And then another one right about here, but let's remove the offset right here. We could use this and then offset that, so that's much better. And then here we just need to divide this one properly. So I'm thinking just maybe maybe 3 is enough, and then I'm just eyeballing this for now and move this one. This is around 600, 630, so let's make this one 630 and then 630 here, 633, and then 630. So that's good enough for me. It's almost even out. So here I'm gonna mirror this in between here, and then now we just need to click here and add a 10 offset. So I'm gonna place it on the outside, and then what we'll need to do is SL, that's split element, and then here we need to split the ones right here, and then the ones below as well. TR, trim and extend. Okay, and then at the top as well, trim and extend. And then here I'm just gonna have an extrusion of 10, and I remember the top is, we put it as Douglas fir. So I'm gonna use the same finish, and then click finish, and then finish. Let's look at it at 3D. I'm not yet done with this. I want to edit it more. The reason for that is I want to have a modern look. So I'm gonna select that and edit, no, not edit extrusion, but instead go to create, and then we're going to void sweep. After that, pick path. What we're gonna do is we're going to create an offset. So I'm thinking of probably 40. So here I'm gonna select, the path, so I'm gonna select this path, so instead of here I'm gonna pick path and then 3D instead, because that one is a lot harder if you think about that. And then after that, click finish, click the sweep, and then edit profile, and then from here we're gonna create a void from the inside right here. For me, I want it to be, so we could start off, let's align it here so that we could know So we select this. I will need just 5 millimeters, and then from here I want it to be, I want to move it or instead of this one, I think I could do this much faster if I did. So I'm gonna redo it. Click here, edit in place, select all of this, and then I'm gonna create a void extrusion instead. Go to your section, it will be much better. And then from here we're going to rectangle, and then we're going to use an offset. I think an offset of 40. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try. So we need to set first. So I'm gonna pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane. Now we can basically set it off now. Those are the stuff that I missed, but it's good because I don't want to do it manually. I want to do it in one shot. So at least this one is a good thing because we can do it fast. I'm just looking at this one, if this will be the best distance. I could do probably 100 as well. And then here, -5. Apply, and then finish, and then cut geometry. And then click finish. I want to see if it works. I want to see it in 3D because it's not cutting. So basically it cut, but we just need to change the start. So at least put 5 here so that it's basically cutting. Okay, so now look at this. It looks much better. It looks modern. We can even change whatever we have here if we want to. We're gonna do the same thing here in front, so on the base. So we could go to section again, and then we could select this one, edit in place, and then here select void extrusion, pick path. This is very important. We have to choose which one, and then that's what we choose, the front of this. Now we need to do a rectangle, but we need actually, let's delete that. we need to create the front first. So we're going to create that for now. So pick pick the face, and then here we're gonna put 10. Select this and then add an offset of 10, and then select it from this corner, spacebar to change orientation, and then to this corner, and then click. Before you click finish, change the material. I believe this one was ash. So I'm gonna choose ash, and then that's for the door or the drawers. So once we have that, we can now do the void extrusion, pick path, and then we're going to choose the cabinet door. But again, I forgot to provide separation here. Let me edit this first and redo that. I'm going to get this one first, and then mirror this in between here, and then here we could have a drawer and then some pantry. I can have this one as a pantry, or some sauce. We can put some sauce there. Here we could put 500, and then here 500 as well. And then we could have drawers right here, and then drawer again here, and then drawers here as well. And then let's use align to align them, and then now click on pick lines and then offset this one to 10. And then we're here to do this task, which is we still have to do anyway. So now SL to split element, we need to add separation so that we could trim it properly. So now we could go at the top first, and then we're gonna deal with it later on for the others. So maybe I could add more variation by adding 2 drawers. Okay, so we're just going to add that, and then I'm still thinking where I'm gonna add the 2 drawers. Okay, so I'm probably going to add it right here just to have a difference. I'm gonna put it in the middle like so, and then put 10, and then SL again to split it up. And then after that, we need to type in TR, that's trim and extend, and we have a task of doing this now. And then let's focus at the top. Okay, so now we're just adding this. Then trim this again. And then now whatever's below. And then now I'm just gonna click finish and then finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the top cabinet, and as you can see, we added some details so that it will look modern. Now we're gonna do this on the base cabinet. So right now I'm going to go to section 1 and select the extrusion, edit in place, and then we're going to create void form extrusion. We're gonna pick the plane and we're going to choose the plane for this one. Now, similar to the upper cabinet, we're going to click on rectangle and then offset that to 100. So now we're going to select that and then put a space bar. So in terms of here, we're going to change it a little bit, but for cabinets we're going to maintain the 100. And then here I think 100 is good as well. Here we're going to make it different, and then I believe this one is for the dishwasher. So now I'm gonna align this one just to make sure, and then select this one again and offset probably 70. So I'm gonna offset that to 70 so that we still can see something there, because when I did the 100, nothing is showing anymore. Here we might put it back to, so this one we might put it back to 100 just because it's not lining up here. So I'm just going to change that a bit. AL, and then grab it from there. And then here it doesn't matter, it's because it's not on the same level as this one. So now we want to make sure to put -5 and then 5 here so that it's still showing. Click apply, finish, and then cut geometry, and then click finish. If we check that now everything is looking like this, and it looks much better. Next, I'm gonna provide you a handle for this that I created. It will be on the second link on part 1 of this video. So the good thing about this is it sticks on the face of anything. So even here on the top of there, but we could add it right about anywhere. So I'm gonna put it in section, and then here I'm going to add it right about here, and then in the midpoint right here, and then let's add it here as well. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to mirror this into the midpoint, and then from there we're going to copy this as well from the corner at the top. We want to make sure to copy it again, and then make sure multiple is checked, so that we just need to keep on adding. Here we could just put it in the middle again, or CS, put it in the middle, and then pull it up, and then here copy it from the corner. I'm gonna do this one as well. Copy it in the corner, and then copy it from here, just to have that one. And in terms of midpoint, I think it's much better if we keep on just adding it, and I could always align it. So I'm gonna do that instead. And then here I could align it from the top here, and then there. And then I'm gonna grab it from the corner again, so that everything is in the midpoint. I wanna double check that. That looks nice. And then here we're just going to add it from the corner right here for this area, and then this one for the corner as well, for this one as well. So now everything is showing like that. We could put this one in fine so that everything is showing as well. And then we need to do this one by mirroring first, so that we could make everything uniform at the top. We could grab this and then copy it from the corner. Sorry, we could have to put it right here, and then just delete this one. And then let's copy it again from the corner right here to this corner. Because this one is equal, we could just do it like that. Now it looks much better. So at least in this area it is done. Now we could move this one a little bit. We're going to create the island right here. So same thing, go to architecture, component drop down, model in place, and then click on generic model. And then here we're going to click on extrusion, and we're going to add an extrusion like so right about here. I'm assuming the distance at the moment because we're still going to figure out the aisle here. So around 1200 is good enough. I wanted to check here around 850, and we could maximize this space, and then this will be our breakfast nook as well. So we could add something, we could design something right here that will have an area. So let's create the island first. So I'm gonna pull this one a little bit there, and then we are going to add the sink here. So right now I want it to be 0 because this is level 1, this work plane is level 1, and then to 900, similar to the height here. And we want to make sure that this is a different material. It will be wood as well. I'm gonna choose maple glossy, click apply, okay, and then click finish, and then finish as well. Double check, everything's good. Now just go back again, click here, edit again, and then we're going to add on the top, so another extrusion. Set, pick a plane, we're gonna set it at the top here, and then this will be just 25, and we will have so instead of a top, I want it actually to be different. So I'm gonna exit on this. We could exit again, go here under section, select this, edit in place, but our view is like this. Create extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select the face of this one, of the island, and then now we're going to select here, and then we're gonna offset 25 around, and then we're gonna add something below and below right here. So now it will be of something like this, that we could have an overhang on the side for some chairs. I can pull this one back, and then instead of maple, of course we need to have stone. And then here we could use this for now until we finish that, until we create another one or we choose a different material. To finish this off, just for this island, for now I'm going to include the seating. So go back to the main and then select furniture and then seating, and let's choose this one. Press open, CM, and let's add it right about here. Select that, copy, and then just add it just like that. So I'm happy with this, but now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a sink. So go back to load family, go back to main, go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we need to have a sink, and then we could choose this one, and then CM. Let's add it in the middle like so. Here, counter height, we put it 925 so that it's showing. So now it's flush, and what we need to do is we need to create a void around here. So I know this one, this is too much for the space, so I'm just going to eyeball it. Guess we set up 825 here, and I seeing that it's too much space. So at least people can still walk by here, not just on this space. So at least this is good enough, and we would just want this one to be at least in the middle. So I'm just estimating it from the middle right now, but I want to add in a void so that everything is showing below. So right now I'm going back to level 1. I'm gonna select this here, edit, click here, void extrusion, and we're going to add, we'll need to set it, so I'm gonna set it right about in this top, and then we're going to add extrusion, and then we need to click, so we need to negative, I'm just estimating around negative 500 from the top, and then click on finish, and then we need to see how it looks. We could just pull it back a little bit, and then see once we click on cut, now it's appearing the bottom, and it will appear on the plumbing there. So now everything's looking good. I'm happy with what we have right here. So the seating that we chose here, it's not bar height, so you can probably check Revit City if they have a bar height block, or if you want you could edit it from by yourself, but it depends on you. But for now, this is just to represent the bar height that we're gonna place here in the future. So at least we have all the handles, and we have handles at the top as well. So before we finish here, I just want to add the sliding door that opens right here. This will be available in part 1 description as well, so you don't need to worry. You just need to drag and drop it in the view. So let's wait for it to load, and then once it loaded, we're gonna place it here. So right now, if we place it here, it's not gonna be showing, so I'm gonna place it right here for now, and then from here we're going to edit this. So I'm gonna edit, and then here the height will be 2800, the width is probably 4500, and then 0 on the gaps, and let's apply and then apply again. And then from here, CS, and we can place it right about here. I don't want any inset, so 0 on that, so that it looks flush there. We can delete this now, and then from here we can even maximize the width right here. So by checking what's the dimension, so probably 5470 or 5470. We could add it and then change it. Click apply and then OK. So now it looks like it's flushed right here. It looks nicer, and then if you want to open, you can click that as open, and at least we can extend whatever we have here onto our mini backyard. So I'm gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go back to level 1. And then from here, what I want to do is to add the flooring. So let's go to architecture, click on floor, and then from here, edit type, and we need to duplicate this, and we could call it floor number 1, and then press OK, edit, and then we're going to place it at 200 thickness, and then here I want a stone finish. So let's go to stone and choose one of this. I'm going to choose limestone, and then apply, OK, and then OK. So here I'm going to select the rectangle, and then from here I'm going to go all the way to the corner. So the corner of A1 up to the corner of E3. And then at the same time, what I want to do is I'm going to click on pick line, and then I'm going to pick line right here and right here, and then type in TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend on here. So once we do that, we just now need to just check, and then here we could go to our 3D and double check what we did. At the same time, we're gonna put grass around there. So first, I want to pull back this basic wall, exterior wall number 1, because I want the border wall to be smaller, and I want it to have a different material. So I'm going to type in TR, that's trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. And then after that, press escape multiple times, and then click on wall again, and then we're going to create the border wall. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate, press OK, edit type, let's maintain the 150 thickness, and then here we're just going to choose one of the concrete. So you can type in concrete, and then masonry unit. Click OK, and then OK, and then OK. Now we're just going to add it at the end here, and then at the end right here as well, because both of them are different wall properties. As you can see, you can basically edit the height here. So we could put top offset around 1000 to 1500, maybe half of the height. So it's actually negative of that. So we could put 2000 instead. Negative 2000. Or negative 1000. So I'm gonna leave it like that. I think the height is proper. It's good enough for this, for a border, just a border wall. And then now let's go back to level 1, and then I'm gonna click the floor again. I'm going to edit and duplicate it. This will be floor number 2, and we're going to put grass. So I'm gonna type in grass here, and then pull it up by selecting that arrow, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now let's use rectangle again to click on the corner right there and up to the corner right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So now we have a floor there. At the same time, we also have a floor right here. So a couple things that we need to add as well is the doors. So let's go to insert, load family, and look for doors. And then here, let's go to architect, so residential. And then here, let's choose the exterior door. And then for the interior door, we're also going to use the garage door right here. So one of the garage door, we're going to use that. So here I'm going to choose this. Click open. I'm going to select everything for the interior door, and then holding on shift button, click on the last so that to highlight everything, and then press OK. So just say yes that you want to load everything. Once you do that, we can go back to architecture and click on door, or you can type in DR, and then here we have the new door that we just loaded. At the moment it's the 300 by 2000, but we're not gonna use that. We're gonna use around 600, 700, and 800, maybe 900 by 2000. So that's what I'm planning to use depending on the size here. So here we could have this side door, and we could have an opening here as well. So side door, we could add it right here. And then here we're going to load the main door, which will be just a single door. Also, we have a room here, the powder room. So I'm going to add probably the 600. So I'm going to add the 600 by 2000 right about here. Press escape and then escape. Let's go load the other doors. So like I said, I want an exterior door. We can choose one of this as an exterior door. Click open. I'm probably going to use the 750, all of this only. So I'm gonna press OK, and then after that, let's add one of this. So 750 would be good enough, and then we're going to place it right here. So I'm happy with this. We could basically extend this as well if we want to, just to give it some indentions, and we could basically give a more grandiose entrance. So let's go to insert again. We're going to load the garage door, and then we're gonna choose one of this. I'm probably gonna use this. I want to try and use this one, so I'm gonna click on open and then CM. Sorry, for the garage door is still a door, so we cannot use CM. We need to use DR. So DR, and then we're going to place it right about here. I want to see what it looks like, so here I'm going to edit the size. So right now I know that we could put it up to around 2700, and in terms of the size or the width, I'm going to use here to estimate how far I can put it. So around 3300. So here now I'm going to edit this, and then here 3300, and then at least we have some gap and it looks nicer. And then here what we could have is maybe we have to lower it because we're going to add a floor. So it's better if we put this one around 2500 so that nothing is hitting. So we have a lot of gap, and we could just do something about that. So now I'm happy with this. I'm just going to, like I said earlier, gonna create an indentation right here. I'm thinking of turning this around, but I think that's too much. So here I'm gonna select exterior wall, CS. I'm going to add it right here up to right here, connecting right here. So we need to connect that. So now I'm going to select the door, and then here you can pick a new host. So I'm gonna pick this host and put it right here. At the same time, we can trim and extend right here, or we could just pull it back. So either way it's correct. There's more effort to do that, but at the same time, at least you know there's a lot of ways to do things here. So here I'm going to select that CS. We're going to just add a wall right here just to have some closet, because that's something that I miss adding right here. At least now when we see, it will look like that. Looks much better. Okay, so now I'm checking. We're going to add a window right here, and then let's add in all the toilets and the sink right here that we need to add. I'm thinking now maybe we need to put it at 500 to 2000 so that we have space for the sink. So that's okay as well. And I think we should just add the sliding door. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's add in the sliding door, which is right here, sliding to panel wood. Press open, and then let's just add all of them. The reason for that is we're gonna probably use that for the second floor. So I'm gonna press OK, and then I'm sure we're going to create a custom one. We're gonna edit from the existing, so you can type in DR, and then here if you see this is too big, so now I'm just gonna place it here for now. Press escape, select that, edit. We're going to duplicate that. You can name it whatever you want. I'll probably going to put around 900 only. So press OK, and then change the width, so 900. After that, we can press escape and then select it again and pick new host, and then right now we have our sliding door into our entrance. At the same time, we need to go to annotate, detailed line, and then here we're going to change demolish because we need a dash line, and select line, and then we're going to add 2 lines to represent the rod. At the same time here, we need to finish what we have right here. So let's go to insert, load family, go back to the main, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then here we need to have the water closet. I'm gonna choose the toilet domestic, press open, and then type in CM, and then add it right here. At the same time, load family again, go back here, click on sink, and then choose one of the vanities right here. So we have a square, and then we have a round. I think let's use the round. Click on open, CM, and then add it right about here. And then we just need to go to annotate, click on detail line, change this to thin line, and then we need something to represent the top here. And then we could just move it in place, and then there we go. Maybe we could hide, because you cannot just edit this one, so it's just hard to see. But at least if I show you that in 3D, you'll be able to see what we're trying to do here. It's supposed to be close as well right here, but that's something that I would let you guys do. You could just close it off with a wall right there. And then at the same time, let's add in here the curtain wall. So just select the wall again and then go to the drop down and then select curtain wall. And then right now I want to put it right here, but from the inside. So space bar to change orientation. It will tell me an error, but that error is basically saying that it's not showing at the moment because it's under the wall. But we're gonna use cut geometry in order for that to be shown. I'm gonna show you that later. So I'm just gonna drag it a little bit right here because I want some gap in this area. At the same time, CS again, I want to add a window right here and then spacebar only at the top portion of this, so that we have some spacing right here. We have some sunshine coming through the garage. So now let's go to 3D. I'm gonna show you the error that was beeping earlier. So now go to modify, click on cut geometry, and then after that select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and then there you go, it changed to a glass, and then right here wall and then curtain wall. And then after that I'm just going to pull this one a little bit and then right here as well. So for me this is the only time that I'm going to add this. And then after that AL, I'm going to align it from this top, and then here I'll also going to pull it up a little bit, just a little bit, because I don't want it to be all the way down. So just a little bit, and then at least I think I want to push this one a little bit upwards so that the mullion is connecting to this one. So I'm just eyeballing it for now. If you want to make it exact, you can do so by offsetting this one to -200. So there we go. Now it looks much better. I know it's aligned as well. For this one, because we have something right here, the railing for the garage door, that's why I'm leaving it like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in some of the curtain walls right here. We added the door and the garage door. We also added the floor. Right now, we're gonna continue working on this. For level 1, before we go to level 2, I just want to add a furniture like a breakfast nook here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to the main and then go to furniture and then go to seating. Let's add in the table first. Maybe just a circular. So maybe we could use this with chairs already. So I'm gonna click open. We're going to override CM, and then here we're just going to add it right about here. So we have enough space for a breakfast area. So that's good. Now we're gonna go and probably let's just add some windows around here. So I'm gonna click on the curtain wall, CS, and add one right here, and then one right here as well. And then let's go back to 3D, and then from here we could go to modify and then cut geometry. Select that and the curtain wall, select and then curtain wall. And for this one, we don't need to edit anymore because we create similar this one, meaning it will hold all the information that we have here. So if I click here, as you can see, it already has all the base offset and then the top offset. So that's good when you're doing create similar, when everything is already added like that. So now what we can do is we could click on level 2. We could add all the mullions later on the windows right here. And then here, let's go back to level 2. And then right now, in default, we have underlay turned on. So range base level is level 1. So for me, I want to turn that on because I could select, for example, this exterior wall or the border wall or the exterior wall, and then I could use CS in order to add it instantly here. I don't need to look for the wall right here and so forth. So it's an easy way to add all the things that you already added. So now I'm going to select exterior wall, CS, and then from here I would like to add. So I'm gonna click B1 up to B2, and then this is knowing that this is up to level 3, and then center line and everything is good. And then here I'm going to go A2, going to A3, going right here, to D. So click on D first, and then we're going to add a little bit of probably 1200. So 1200 from the D3, and then going back here, so we're back in the number 2 grid line, and then going to E2, and then going back here, and then just copying what we have here below, and then go back to B1. So now we have this one's done. Now interior wall. So now I'm gonna select interior wall from below. So here I'm selecting that CS. So now we're going to add a wall right here, similar to what we did right here. And then we're going to add a wall right here. So separating this, and then this is around 1900. And then CS again from the interior wall, and we're going to divide this, and we're gonna divide this around 1500. So that's about it. I like the way it looks. And then we might extend this a little bit later on, But for now, this is how it looks. And then here, we're going to select this one, and then CS, and then we're going to close this off. So that's done right here. We're going to add another interior wall, so CS. So because this is probably confusing for you guys, I'm gonna turn on none for the underlay right before we could finish this. So here, this section, we could delete that for now. We don't need that. So here, I'm gonna select interior wall again, CS, and then here we're going to add another 1500 from this one. So here, I'm gonna select that 1500. And then here, it's up to this line. But we need to double check if it's good enough. So around 875, I feel like that's too little. At least around 1000. So here I'm gonna select that, and then here I'm gonna grab it. So here we have 875. I want it to be 1000. So at least we have some space to walk here. And then from there, CS, CS, and then connect that. So what we could do here to have some space is we could, I don't want this one to look like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it, EL, align it from here and pull it right there, and then from here, and then I'm going to add a wall right about here. So this is around, you can make it 2500 for the depth. Here we have 1900. We're going to make this one 2400. Make it 25 at least, so that everything is uniform in terms of length. And then here we're just adding an indentation so that it's not too much, it's not crowded. So here probably 400 from the C grid, and then here, or we could just align it from here. Let's align it from here to make it proper, and then trim this, and then here we could just move this one right here. So at least we could give this one a nice spacing, and then right now we could select this CS, and or we could just extend this one. And then I'm gonna double check what we have right here, because it looks, yeah, it doesn't look nice here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one back a bit. So I'm gonna grab it from here and grab it, and then here we're going to put 1000. So at least we have enough space. So we have a spacing issue, but we're fixing it right now. So now what we have here, we could then add some space for our doors here. So I'm gonna click on door, and I want to double check what we're gonna use here. I want 700 by 2000. So here, this is just enough. I'm going to place it right about here. I think this is good enough space. And then right here for the washroom. And then we could add the ensuite right here as well. So this will include 3 bedrooms, and then 2 of them will have a shared washroom. I'm just gonna nudge it in place. You can use your arrow key, select the door, and then you could use the arrow key on your keyboard to nudge it in place. So now I'm just looking on how it will look, and then let's load and go to insert, and then let's load the bed. So go to furniture and bed. I'm gonna load in bed box, click open, and then let's save this, and we're going to type in CM and change it up to queen, spacebar, and then we're going to add this one right about here, and then we're gonna nudge it more in place, and then here we're going to add this one right about here. And then we could have the bed, another bed right here. And actually, we're gonna change this up. We're going to extend this one all the way right here. And then for here, we're going to move this one around this. It's because we need the laundry room. We're gonna place it right here. So now we're gonna have a door right about here, and then we could extend this a little bit more if we want to, so that we have more space right here. So to do that, we need to move this one again. So at least we have this one, and then we can nudge it right here, and then CS again. We could have our closet right here. Select that, grab it right here. Around 700 is good enough. And then we're going to add here as well 700 as well. And then this is the closet for us on this bedroom. And then here, what we could do is we could add in a door instead. And then I'm going to flip this by using that, and then we're going to do it side by side so that it looks much better. And then I want to finish up by adding the sliding door as well. So let's change this and then look for the sliding door. I'm gonna select the 1200 for now to see if it's enough. I can select that there, press escape and select it so that you could change it. So here 1500 or 1700. I think 1700 is good size. And then let's CS, add it on the other side as well. And then let's not forget to put annotation, detailed line. And then here we have the thin line. We need to go to demolish so that we have dash line, and this is to represent the rods. So I'm adding 2 lines right there to represent that, and then 2 lines right here. And then for this one, we could add in the dash line and then the thin line afterwards. So now at least we have our walk-in closet right here. And then we need to add in our vanity and our toilet. As you remember, we already added those. So we need to put an underlay to level 1. Click apply. And then here we could grab this one, CS, and then let's add it right here. We could add it on this side as well. And then for the vanity, CS as well. Spacebar to change orientation. And then spacebar right here to change orientation. After that, I think that's good enough. We don't need to have the underlay on. So now we could just press none and click apply. And let's insert the shower. So go back here, go to the main, select plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then shower. Load this one up, CM, and then add it on the corner. We should check the distance. So I'm gonna check here and then right here as well. This is around 1350. So I'm gonna select this one. You could edit if you want to, but for me, I'm just going to edit type, or you can duplicate that. But for me, I'm just gonna stick it right here. I believe 1350 right here, or vice versa. So we could put this one at 800. Click apply and then OK. I think that's a good enough size for our shower. So CS, spacebar, and then add it right there as well. And then we could just nudge this one in place so that to have some spacing. And then let's not forget to add the thin line, detailed line for the top. And then let's add it right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the second floor. We added the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So here I'm gonna zoom here, and I'm just going to use my arrow key so that I could move it a little bit like that. Let's go to insert, load family, and then under furniture, let's go and add in some nightstand table. So I'm gonna click open, CM, and then let's add it right about here. So I'm gonna add it here as well. And then right after that, we're gonna add in a table lamp. So go back to the main, go to lighting, architecture, and then internal. We have one of the lighting right here, which is a table lamp. I'm gonna try and add this. Click on open and then CM. Here I'm gonna place it in the middle, but I want to see that actual height here. So let's add in a section so that we could see that. And then we need to flip it to the other side and then double click here. And then we're going to use align tool so that we could align it perfectly right about there. And then let's move it a little bit up because this is something like that. Let's see if we can align it. There we go. Now if we check it, it's actually 762 offset to the host, which is level 2. So now we could erase this and then go to level 2. And then here, if we select this one, if we type in CS, that's create similar, we can basically add this. And if you notice right here in the properties, it will adhere to the numbers that you added right here as well. So now we're gonna just add it in the middle of the table so that we could have a side table in our bedroom. Now we're gonna press escape and then escape again. I'm going to add in our washer and dryer. So let's go to load family, go back to the main, and then go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we have washer right here, and then we have a washer dryer combo. Let's click open and then CM, and let's add the washer and dryer right about here. So in North America, newer houses now, their washer and dryer is, or their laundry room is at the second floor. So the reason for that is obviously it's better to just do your laundry on the second floor instead of you going to the basement or whatever. So here I'm gonna select this equipment and then edit type and then uncheck the show label, apply, and then OK. I'm going also to add some storage right here. So I'm gonna add a line there and then a dash line as well. So now we have our laundry here. Actually, what we could do is we could make it an L shape. And then this one as well. And we could just trim and extend, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So at least we'll be able to maximize the storage space right here. So now that I'm happy with that, we're going to right now add, we could add some curtain wall. So click on architecture, click on wall, and then right here under drop down, curtain wall, and then we're gonna add our windows. So here I'm probably gonna add 3 windows, so around 250. So I'm gonna delete that again and then click curtain wall again, or the wall, 250, enter, and then another 250. For some reason I'm getting that, so 250, enter, and then here I'm just gonna add it on the side here, and then I'm just going to delete this and nudge this one in place. So in terms of exact dimension, I'm just basically eyeballing this. So I have this one, and then I'm going to add a window right here as well, and then a window here on this. So I'm going to give it a nice big window, and then also we're going to add a window right here. Make sure that your curtain wall is from the inside of the wall. So what you can do is just click on spacebar to change orientation. So here, for example, CS, I'm gonna add a window here. So you can spacebar to just change orientation, and then add it right there. So now, once you add everything, we can click on modify, and then click on cut. That's cut geometry. What you can do is you can select the wall and then the window or the curtain wall. So select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And then I'm probably gonna add a window here as well. So select that, CS, and here I'm gonna flip it by clicking on spacebar, and then I'm gonna add that. Click on cut geometry, and then do it again. So now that's good. I just noticed that we haven't added the door here, so I'm gonna select that one, CS, and I'm going to flip it on this way. So I just noticed that, seeing that something is wrong here, and then I figure out that I forgot to put in the door. So now I'm just double checking everything. We have the sliding door here. We also have our thing here. Now let's go further and let's go to our 3D. So go to your 3D, and then here we're gonna set the height that we want. So most of the time around -400. I'm happy with that. And then after that, AL, align on all of them. And then here, if you want to multiple align, you could just check that one, so that we don't need to look for the base that we're gonna use, just to make it simpler for everyone. So now we're good. You can uncheck that because right now we have different heights. So here, I know this is a washroom, so I'm just gonna add it right there. And then here, I'm gonna do something right here to make it nice. And then here, I'm gonna pull it up, and then I'm just going to use this align tool to just set all of them in the same height, like that. And then here, what I'm planning to do is to add a balcony, and also right here I want to add a balcony as well. So my balcony here is going on this side, and then here going on this side. So now for the height on this side, I'm gonna pull it up a little bit. So I'm just gonna pull that one a little bit up. So I'm happy with this. This one will be all the way in the floor. And then now what I need to figure out, or to finish off, is to add the flooring. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2 and add in the floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Press OK, edit, and then let's change this. The thickness will be still 200, but this one I want my second floor wall or floor to be wood. So I'm gonna choose one of this, probably gonna choose mahogany. Click apply, OK, and then OK. After that, what I usually do is I'm gonna use my pick line and pick it from the inside. From the inside, so that it doesn't show onto our wall. So that's one of the reasons, but this is just basically a design portion of the architecture. So usually if you want to convert this one to construction drawing, you need to put it in the core or in the middle of the wall. Most of the time the core is in the middle. So now I'm gonna pick this one again, and we need to go around here as well. So TR, trim and extend at the corner. And what I usually do first is to click on finish. I want to make sure everything is good now, and then here I'll probably just do this now as well, so that I don't need to go back again. Delete this. We could just trim and extend, and then SL here, so to split this one, TR, trim and extend. So now we're probably just going to extend this, but for now I just want to click on finish to see what we've done. So right now, this is the look that we're having. Nothing is extending. We're going to extend it now. So we're probably going to extend this one all the way right here. At the same time, we're going to use that as a balcony. So what we could do is we could go to our underlay, click change done to level 1, and then let's edit the floor. So let's try and get the floor, edit boundary, and then we're going to click on pick line so that we know how far we're going. And then here, delete this, delete right here, and then we could delete this. TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then let's look at it again. So at least this one was moved, and then we have this one now, and then we could work on this. So at least this one is closed. We just need to worry about the look of that. So if you see, or if we change this, this is wood, but basically we could do is we could split face so that we don't need to add another one, but we're probably going to do that after we do this one as well, because we're going to use the same floor to extend it here. So now I'm going to do is going to give this one right about 1000. So just 1000, and then I'm gonna use this line, and then I'm gonna create a line right here so that we could go around, and then trim trim this one, and then trim this one. So now everything is proper. We're probably going to push this back because it's outside, so that it's not showing on the wall. Click on finish, and then let's look at it in 3D. So now it's looking like this. What we could do now is to change this materials. So at the top right here, we're going to paint this one as, let's use laminate, just to change the materials from that. Here as well, and then here. That's something that it's not visible anyway, because we're going to change that, but basically I just want to remove anything from there. After that, we're going to change this material as well, because obviously you're not gonna push the materials from here and to be exposed to elements. So what we could do is we could go here to level 2, and we're going to click on split face under modify, and then after that we're gonna select this face. Once you select the face, click on line, and then here we're going to change this materials from here. Click finish, and then again we're gonna select that again, or we could just click on face, split face, and we're going to change the materials on this face. So now we're going to use this. We're going to go around, and then right here. And then click on finish. So now we could add a paint on those area, and then it will be changed to a different material. So I'm gonna select that, and then let's use anything concrete that we have. So I'm gonna use concrete precast, and then select that, and then select here. So now at least we change it. I'm happy with that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floor, and also we added some of the curtain wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna focus on the addition of the roof. So let's go back to level 2, and from level 2 here I'm still seeing my underlay, so I'm going to hide that for now. So none, and then here you need to choose level 2 so that you can change it up later on. So here, go to level 2 and then click on roof, and I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, this will be roof number 1, press OK, edit, and the thickness, let's change it up to 200, and then for the materials, let's change it to asphalt, and then asphalt single shingles. So press OK, OK, and then OK. Now what we could do is we could pick line. We're gonna choose all the interior again, side, but make sure to uncheck the define roof. So I'm gonna delete this, and then here click pick line again, and then uncheck define slope. And then delete this. We mistakenly select that, and then let's go around here. And then you want to make sure to change this to base level 3, and then make sure to trim and extend all the corners and to connect them all together. So now that we're finished, click on the check mark and let's go to 3D, and here you go, we have our roof. Now we're going to select the exterior wall. Here I'm just hovering with my cursor and then clicking on the tab. It will highlight all the walls along this. So here I'm gonna select that by clicking on tab and then clicking on that, and then now I'm going to have a top offset of 600, or we could do it as 400. I think that's too much, so at least we have this one. After that, let's go back to level 2, and I want to add my railing, so I'm gonna click here, railing, and let's change this to a rectangular railing, and I'm going to add it here. And then click finish, and then let's add another one onto this side. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and I liked how it looks. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in the mullion, and then we're gonna load in the door. So here we need to add curtain grid first. So under architecture, beside the mullion, click on curtain grid, and then here what we need to do is we need to add in at least around 600 from the top, and then now let's go and add it in the middle, and like that. And why not add another in the middle right here, in the bottom. So around 600. So that it's looking like that. I like how it looks. So I'm gonna copy it, this. So click curtain grid, 600 from the top, 600 from the bottom, and then we could just select that again, 600, and then here select 600, and then just to have a better look, around 200 on the edge, so it's looking like that. So now in terms of here, we need to have 600 at the top, and then let's add in the door. The door, I want it to be around 800, and then now we could just divide this one in the middle, because I'm planning to add the door right here. At the same time, we're going to add 600 again here. I want the door to be around here, so around 800. So we could fix that. Press escape and then select that grid again, and then 800, and then select here, and then just divide it in the middle. And then around here, we're going to fix this one. Same look as here, but actually I'm planning to just change it a bit with this kind of look. So click on here, 600 at the top, 600 on the bottom, select that, change it, and then select here as well and change it. And then after that, let's add in the middle, and then around 300 at the side. So it's looking like that. So let's spice up what we usually do. And then here as well, we're going to click right here, and then 600 again at the top. I'm just adding it right now, and then I'm gonna fix it all together. Okay, and then now I'm gonna add in on the side, probably around 200 as again. And then let's fix that, 200, and then 200 right here. So I'm happy with that. And then here, I just want it to be divided, because that's too big for that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on mullion. I'm gonna choose 50 by 65. I think that's the best one. And then click on all grid, and then select here. I'm gonna select here as well. Select all the curtain grid. Don't forget the one below here, and then right there. And then before we add the door, the curtain wall door, we need to delete this one at the bottom, and then right about here as well, we have a mullion on the bottom, so we could delete that. definitely. And then now we need to go to insert, load family, and then go to doors. And then here we have M door curtain wall single glass. So we're gonna load that by clicking open. And then now what you need to do is you need to select the panel. But at the moment, if we go to our mouse pointer, it's selecting everything. The trick is to click on tab and then it's circle around. It will go and choose the panel. Once it chose just the panel, you need to select that panel, and once you select that, the property will appear here, and you could just now change it to the door that we want. Then again, you will need to click on tab multiple times until it highlights only the panel. Select that panel by clicking on that, and then go to the drop down menu under properties and then select the door. In order to change the orientation, you will need to go to level 2, and then here you will need to select the door again and then flip it around like so. Here we need to flip and then flip it like that. So now I'm just looking, just checking, and then let's go to level 1 again, and here I want to tag all the room names. So we need to go to architecture, click on room, and we need to keep on placing this one. So here what we need to do, because once we select here, it is basically selecting everything. What we need to do is press escape and then click on room separator. Now you will need to place this line onto a wall system so that it will separate them in order for us to put in the room tag. So here I'm just gonna pull it like that, and we could just put this one as its powder room. I wanted to hide this part only, but I don't know if there's a good way of showing this. What we could do is we could go to view, plan view, and then plan region. We can add a plan region right here and then click finish, and we need to edit the view range. So here level 1 to level 1, probably wanna cut it by 1000, and I don't want any offset. So here we need to play around so that it's only showing the door and everything without this one. So I'm probably gonna take a look on that, the view range, because that's something that we need to figure out so that we can properly show this only. Okay, so now I'll probably gonna figure out that out later on, but now let's go and click on room, and then now as you can see, we'll be able to select that in order to add a room tag. Here we have our dining area, our stairs, and then our kitchen. And in order for us to make this one smaller, we could change this one for now to 1:5, 1:50. And then now, as you can see, it's visible right here. So that everything is showing up. And then here we could add in for the stairs. So now we have a garage here. So type in garage. Make sure it's capital. And then here we have foyer. We have our living. We have our dining. We have our powder room right here. So PR, and then we have stairs. And then kitchen. And then let's not forget the backyard. So let's just add this tag right here, backyard. Let's now go to level 2 and then tag all the rooms again. So here's the master. Here's his walk-in closet. We have the ensuite here. We have the corridor, another washroom, laundry, and then the 2 bedrooms. And then now let's change this one to 1:50. And then let's go to masters first. And then walk-in closet. And then here, ensuite. Washroom or bathroom. Corridor. This is the laundry. We can put this one as bedroom 1. And bedroom 2. And then now we could just move this one so that everything is visible. And also, why not, we could just add here balcony. So I think we need to have a room separator here. And then let's put in a rectangle. Let's just pull this one back a little bit. And then let's add in then we could put balcony 1 and then copy paste that. Oops. And then balcony as well. And then I'm just gonna double check level 1 again to see if we did everything. And I'm happy with this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the railings and then the roof. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna start off by going to south elevation. So in our south elevation, I'm going to add in a model in place. So go to your architecture, click on the drop down under component, and then model in place, and then scroll down to generic model, and then press OK. Click on whatever name you want. I'm just gonna click on OK, and then after that you can click on extrusion, and then we need to pick a plane, so press OK, and then we're gonna choose this wall right here, and then after that I'm gonna click on rectangle, and then from here I want to add the 400 right here, and we want to make sure 0 to start, and then I'm probably gonna put 500 for now, but we're going to make sure that it is flush onto this wall, and then we're going to select anything that is white because we want to make it similar to what we have there. So for now I'm going to use linen white, press OK, and then OK. Now let's look at it at 3D first, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to AL and then align it from here and then right here. So now it's flush there. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add on top of this so that everything is looking flushed. We're probably going to go back here a little bit so that we could add in some framing, but we're going to do that later on, so I'm gonna undo that for now, and then let's add in something at the top here. So click on create again, click on extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this plane. So we're going to be going back here again, but now we're extending it through here, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to add something right here. So we're probably going to push this one a bit, but that's fine, we have enough space there. So here I'm just gonna delete this and then click delete this so that we could trim it, and then it's only one line. And then similar to here, we're going to extend this one. So let's maintain the 400. So here I'm going to select here, click on 400, and then trim and extend, and then trim and extend, and then just delete those small ones. Here let's make it 400, and then we're going to move this one a bit later on. So now same material, so click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So now it's looking like that. I'm happy with the way it looks. I'm planning to add something right here, so let's go back to south, click on edit extrusion, and then I want it to be all the way down. So another 400. So we will edit this because I know we have enough space there. Delete here and then trim it so that it's 1, and then here 400. So click finish and then finish again. Now we're going to change the width of this. So right now it's 3300. I could put this one at maybe 3100. Click apply and then OK. And then now we could just move this one. And then I'm gonna fix it on this wall. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna measure from the from below up to here so that we could have this one all flushed. So 2600. So I'm gonna edit this to 2600. So now everything is flush, and as you can see, it looks much better when it's flushed up to the top. And to the corner here. So now I'm going to fix this one. So you know that I just wing it. So right now I'm just using my arrow key, and hopefully everything goes with it. So select the curtain wall. I was trying to select everything, but just select the curtain wall and it will follow. And if we look at it, I think that's good enough. I'm thinking if we could click it all the way down. If we extend this one like that, I think it's much better in terms of the look. So I'm gonna do that because I like the way it looks now. So I'm just using align AL and then clicking it from the bottom. Now we're clicking it from the top, and I'm just trying to find that one. And then right here. So you could do manually, or if you want you could do using align. So now that's looking good. I like the way it looks now. And then everything is aligned from here. And then let's go back to south elevation again. And then we're just going to add one more right here. So we're probably going to minimize this, but let's add in the curtain wall again, or the model in place again. So I'm just going to edit it from here. Create, click on extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this. Now we're going to have it 400 here, and then 400 right about here. Now we're going to select here 400, delete all those small ones, and then just trim and extend. TR, and then trim and extend right here. It's linen white, so that's fine. And then click finish, and then finish. And let's look at it at 3D. We could probably just extend this like that, so it's looking nicer. And then here for level 1, I just want to edit this boundary and just go around. And then now use trim and extend to clean up. So that's the look that I'm trying to do. Maybe we could change from the glass panel. So it looks much better. So I'm fine with that. And then let's clean up this one. So here, what we could do is we could delete it for now. Delete everything. And then we could just minimize it. And that will be fine. And then let's go back to south elevation. And then at the same time, let's delete. I want to delete all the mullions first. So delete this one. And then we could just add a proper look here. And even the grid lines, let's delete. Or the curtain grid, not the grid lines. I wanted to make it simple. If you try to just delete the grid line, it will delete some of the mullions instantly. You could click on tab if you want to. Let's go to south elevation, and I want to see it in wireframe. I think wireframe is too much, so let's go here, graphic display, and then transparency. Let's make it 20 only, so that we could see what else are we having there, which we have some mullions right here as well. And then deleting those. And then here, I'm going to pull it up similar to this. Okay. I think this is good now. What I just need to do is to add some curtain grids. I think I'm just gonna put it in the middle to make it easier, and then click on mullion and then all grids, and then like that. So it's still looking good. And then what we could do more here is to make everything nicer in terms of how we're going to present this. So what I'm gonna do is go to south elevation. Let's not forget to pull this back. Go back to zero transparency. And then here, I'm going to add in a level. So here, click on level under architecture or type in LL. I'm going to add a level right here. This level will be ground. We can type it at all capital. And then here, in order for us to fix this, click on the elbow. So it's a zigzag form. I'm gonna undo it again, click that one, and then there's a zigzag there. Click on that to add an elbow so that we could change it up and then present it properly like that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the ground here, and then here we need to change the name as well. Click on ground, and then from here I would like to add in a floor. We could add the floor on the level 1 as well, so it's up to you where you're gonna put it, but I'm gonna show you how to edit it. So we're gonna pull that down. So here I'm gonna click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 4, and then here let's look for concrete, and then maybe precast we haven't used yet, so we're gonna use it now. Select rectangle, and then from here let's add in around this space, so make it 3500. Okay, and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and then there you go. We need to edit this, so modify sub element, and then here you could select that, and then beside the arrows you have a 0 there. You can put -900, and then click here, click on that, -900. So now it's going down, similar to what we have there. So why -900? Because we put the ground onto -900 right here. So now what we need to do is we need to just add stairs right here. So I'm gonna add a stair from ground to level 1, but we could actually just change it to around, I'm thinking maybe 4 is good enough. And then now click on finish first, show it into 3D to understand it, and then now we just need to go back to ground and flip it the other way around. So just clicking on that arrow, we could remove the railings, and then from here we could change it to monolithic stairs, and then now what we could do is we could extend it a bit. We could edit those. So the issue that I'm having here is it is based, should base on level 1, and then to ground, or it needs to be our other way around. So that's the hard thing about stairs, is because we need to set it properly. Even though everything is good, there's always some bugs. So I just want to fix that before we do anything else. Just change it to 3 because it's just showing 3. Press OK, and then let's pull it out, change it to 600. So it's looking like that. Edit this, landing type, thickness, same as round, no. Press OK, OK. monolithic thickness, nosing, apply nosing profile, front only, nosing length, end connection, straight cut, run type, step. It will look like this. Obviously we don't want that, we just want a flush. So I'm just gonna click that, and then let's go to run type. It's already smooth, so we're gonna put 900 because we want it to be flush like that. Let's go back here, and then here we could just edit, and we want to extend it all the way right there, and then click finish, AL, to align it from there, and that's how it looks. You can change the thickness of here so that it doesn't show. So whatever thickness we put, so that it's looking like that, and then we could place our ground floor and then on the surrounding as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to mold this. Now we're going to continue working on this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add in some stairs on this area. So I'm gonna get the same one, so I'm gonna select that, CS, and then add it on the same here. Or instead of that, what we can do is close it and then just copy it, select, copy it from here, and then let's rotate it, RO, rotate it in 90 degrees, and then align it from here, and then now what we can do is we need to put the backyard floor into ground level. So limit offset 0, and then this should be ground level. So we need to just select this one. So there we go. Now we could select this one as well. So we just need to move them down, maybe just a little bit. So here, base constraint to be ground. And then we just need to add the flooring right here. And then here, with our exterior wall, we need to select that, and then base off constraint should be ground again. And then here as well, we need to change that to ground. And this one as well. So we just need to do that. And in order for this one to not be seen, we need to edit the boundary and put it on the inside. So I'm gonna use align to do that. And then click finish, and let's look at it in 3D. Maybe this area we shouldn't, so that it's still showing there. So I'm just gonna leave it like that for now, and we could just change it up if it's something that is visible. But for now, I would like to extend this again, actual thread. So probably around 1000, because I want this one to be showing like this. I'm going to align it again. So it's like showing it like that. We can maybe move it more, but I think that's good enough. Or maybe we could just change it to 1200 to extend it more. Make it 1500. So at least we know that we already extended it to the maximum that we can do. And then at least this one is showing like that. And then now go back to ground, and then here we could just click on edit and then maximize that space. Click finish. Here we could put it 300 and then AL. So I'm just using my arrow keys to nudge it in place, and it will look like that. And then here we could just move it all the way below, and then here we could just move it as well, so it doesn't matter if it's overlapping here. Okay, so I'm happy with that. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the surrounding. So of course I want to have grass on the sides. And I feel like I want to extend the backyard. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unjoin that first, and then here I'm going to just maximize that space. And then here I'm going to edit the grass, and I'm going to select it again using my pick line, and then I'm going to maximize the area of the grass here. gonna delete this, trim this here in the corner, make sure everything is aligned, and then I'm just going to select this again, and then trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. I want to see it in 3D again, and then here I use floor number 4. See, I'm gonna CS that, and then I'm going to add a flooring right here, and if we see it into our 3D, it will look like that. I'm gonna go around here as well, or I'm just going to attach because at least I want my boundary to go around. So I'm just unconnecting that, and then here I'm gonna add some space, CS on the border wall. So this is around 1825, and then this is around, let's make it 2000, and then this one as well, 1800, and then edit AL, I want it from the inside because I want to add grass flooring around as well, but I want to change it. So I'm just using my pick line again, using my TR, trim and extend. And then we're going to connect it from here, and then trim and extend right here, and then here, and then click finish, and it will look like that. Let's just add boundary wall connecting here, and then right here, and then why not add it in the middle. There we go. Even though it's overlapping, that's fine. So I'm gonna align this one right here, so that it's aligned on everything. And then here, the same floor, CS. We're going to go around here. I would like to extend it more. Then use AL to align it right here. And then pick line to go around. SL to break this one so that we get TR, trim and extend here. Click finish and check it out in our 3D. So we have that part. We need to have the street part, and then the the boundary parts, and then the sidewalk as well. So here I'm gonna select that, edit type, duplicate, floor number 5, concrete. Let's use lightweight. So this is actually 5. It needs to be number 2. But for some reason, I made a mistake of changing that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add number 5 for now, and then here select this, change it to number 2. So same thing. Still grass, this is still concrete. Okay, I'm just checking the material that I used there. For this one, I'm probably going to edit, or just to put this one at 1000. I think it's too much to put it there. AL, and then just edit this. So now let's add in the sidewalk. I'm going to just do a model in place, generic model, and just a simple extrusion, rectangle, and then we're basically going to have a line here, a line here as well. Around 2000, and then SL, so that we could cut this one properly, and then TR, trim and extend. So we're cleaning it first before we create, or before we add fillet arc. And then fillet arc this one as well. And then 1300 for that. Instead of here, I'm gonna pull that one back like that. I'm probably going to delete this, trim and extend again, and then here fillet arc this one. And then click finish, and then here, before we actually finish, I'm going to select that and then use another concrete material, one of this one, click apply, OK, and then probably 150 thickness, and then click finish. And then here it should be on level on the ground floor. So I'm gonna pick new work plane, choose ground. Or before that, select this, click it on a different work plane, and then press OK. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and it will look like that. And then in terms of what we're gonna do here, I feel like this one is too high. I'm probably gonna minus 1500 here. I just want everything to be shown. And then we're going to place a gate here. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the surrounding floors. We have the streets, our curb, or a sidewalk, and also we finalized adding the backyard stairs and the front stairs, and even extending the border wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to choose the materials for our walls right here. So now I'm gonna go to modify and then click on paint, and then here we're gonna paint individual walls or faces. So right now I'm gonna choose one of the material. So for example, softwood lumber. I'm gonna choose this wall, and then here the corresponding wall as well, and then the other walls. So this wall will be a different material, and then here we're gonna change this material as well. I'm gonna choose sash. So sash for this one and for this one as well. So those are different finishes. We're also going to change the finish for this front, and then as well as onto this side. So maybe soft lumber should also go right about here as well. So we have soft lumber and then sash for this. And then I'm just gonna leave this color right there, or maybe we could just change it to pine. and then pine as well for this face. In regards with the top here, so probably I'm gonna undo this because there's gonna be a contrast. I'm gonna choose pine on the top portion of this one, but in order for you to paint this, because if you try and painting this one with pine, so for example you want to paint this, you won't be able because this is a model in place. So what you need to do is select that one, edit in place, and then from here you add your paint, and you can even split face this. So here I'm gonna choose this, I'm gonna split face this one. I want to make sure this is 90, and probably I'm gonna grab it from there around 100 from the corner. At the same time, click on finish. I'm going to split face this one as well, and I'm going to have same one. This should be I want this one to be 100 as well, and then now I'm gonna offset this one to 100 as well, and then now trim and extend. So now it's all the way there, but we could just push it all the way right here up to the end, and then click finish. Here you just need to make sure that is touching the yellow. Once it's touching the yellow, you're good to go. And then now click paint, go and look for pine. I'm just looking for pine. There we go. And then now you can select pine to that extrusion. And then click finish. And then that actually gave some depth to our model. Okay, so I'm just looking for here. I just want to edit probably the material. So actually ivory matte is good. I want to change this. Instead of cherry, I want something black. So I'm gonna choose damp roofing. So I'm gonna change all of this to damp roofing. Every time I see cherry, I want to make it dark. So the glazing, just leave it as glass, and then the door handle, aluminum. So that's fine. And then here we could edit this. So the baluster, that's fine. Top railing, railing structure, I'm going to delete this. Click apply, OK. And then now top railing, elliptical, I want to change that as well. I want it to be rectangular, 50 by 50, and then change the material to something metal. I'm gonna choose this one. I'm gonna copy that and check anything that I need to change in terms of material. And I'm happy with this, and then just look at how it looks much better. And then in terms of the gate, we're going to add a gate there later on. Here the floor is actually sticking out, but it's actually over something as well. If we push it back, what will happen is we will just have an opening there, I might say. Or this is something that we could change. So I'm planning on maybe using roof EMD to change that so that it's not sticking out and this is black. So I'm happy with that as well. And then here I want to make it thicker again, just so that there is nothing showing there. So there we go. At least it's nothing is exposed. And then here now we could go to hidden and then make sure this is fine. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take an image from the ground. So here under 3D view, go to drop down and then click on camera, and then we're going to take a picture all the way right there. Probably we could just move it something like that. If we're going to just delete this, will it look like doesn't look complete? Maybe I'll just have this one edit to be exposed. I could just add something at the top there. So I think that's a good idea to just add something at the top here, even though it's an extrusion model in place. I think it's the easiest way to just add. So generic model, we're gonna go extrusion, and then we're going to pick a plane. Let's pick the top of this wall. So I'm gonna go to 3D in order for me to choose this. There we go, I chose it. Now I could go to my ground, and then now I'm going to just add maybe around 90, or make it short, 50. and then I'm just gonna copy that multiple times. Select that 100, 100, and to make it fast, I'm gonna select this and then copy again, CO, and then grab it from there. But wait, made a mistake. Copy from there instead. And then I'm just gonna delete the others. And then here, I'm just gonna delete this, and then this. Click finish, but actually just change it to a metal finish. Maybe this one. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and we can expand it to something like that. And then obviously we're going to add in the gate. So probably let's not go over, and then just click finish. So go to 3D again. If we change it to realistic, it looks much nicer to have that. Okay, so that looks good. What we could do now is we could create our sheets. So I'm gonna go under the project browser, just click on sheets and right click on that, new sheets. A0 is already loaded. If you want to load more, you go to the main and go to title block, and we have different sizes here on metric. So now we're gonna just use A0, press OK. And then here, what we could do is we could open up this one. It already have A101, and then we just need to keep on adding more sheets. Let's add at least 6 for now, and then we can just instantly delete it if we don't use it. So there's a couple of things that you can change. You can change it right here. Cover sheet. You can also go here and then select it from here. You can change, this one is first floor. Again, you can just double click it there, it will open. And then second floor. And we could add in sections, and then we could add in elevations, and then another elevation. Let's just delete the S. So that's good. But before we add anything onto our sheet, we need to clean up our drawing first. So go to level 1. We already set 1:50. So here you need to go to under properties, the extent. You need to check all of them. It will create a box, and then you will need to size it so that it's not too big once you add it to the drawing. After that, uncheck the ones in the middle, crop region visible, and then click apply. Level 2 again. You will need to check all of them. This is already changed. Resize. Don't worry if you go over this, like for example here, it will adjust itself. So even though if you need it like that, it will adjust itself. So don't worry about that. So here, I'm going to uncheck that, click apply. Now we're going to add in some sections as well. So here I'm going to add in a section. I'm going to add a section showing right here. And then let's fix this one right about there. And then another section in between the stairs. Select that one again, and then fix the view range. And then we need to go to under section 1 right here, and then just clean it up a little bit. You can use the same thing, annotation crop, and then click apply. You can change the view, you can change it to fine, and then you can change the display. So here what I usually like is to go to shadows, and then to go to background, and then gradient. So it will look like that. So for background, you can change it to maybe none. Image. So I'll rather have for section only, uncheck the shadows so that we have something like this. It looks much better. Section 2, 1:50. And then what we have here is to change it to fine, and then go to display, and then just change this one to gradient. Click apply, OK, and then check this one, uncheck this one. You want to make sure to uncheck that, the one in between. And then here on our elevation, we need to change it again to 1:50. Check all of this, resize it, and then change it to fine, and then graphic display. I'm going to add the shadows here, and then the gradient, and then uncheck the middle. Go to north again, change this scale, check all of this, resize, change this one to fine, graphic display, check all the shadows, and then background. You can resize it, and then uncheck this one. Go to south, change the scale, click to fine, go to graphics, show the shadows, and add gradient. And then here we need to crop this, and then here size. and then uncheck the middle. And then here under west, check all of this. The shadows and the background to gradient. And then now resize. And then uncheck this one. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were preparing the sheets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So in our cover sheet, what I want to do here is to add the 3D view that we created. So here under 3D view, we have this view. I'm also going to change it to fine, and then we're going to render this. So here under view, you can click on render. So you can type in RR for short, or just click this icon. Once you do, there's a pop-up, and then here you can change it to medium or draft if you want to just check how it looks first. So you could do the best as well, high, and then there's custom. So right now I'm just gonna do medium just to do some rendering. And then here you could adjust the exposure if you want to. So we're gonna click render for now. And while it's rendering, I'll just come back once it's finished. So once it's done, at least you can close now, and you could see your renderings right here as well. So you will need to click on save to project, and then you could call it whatever. You could call it rendering number 1, and then press OK. And then after that, you will have this rendering right here, and you can close this off. So now if we go to our cover sheet, we could drop the rendering right here. You can select that and then go to the drop down right here under properties, and then you can choose no title. And then here you can double click, and then once you have this, you can make it bigger. And then just double click on the side, and at least you have this look. So now I'm gonna show you how to create your sheet list. So under view, we have schedule, and then there's a drop down here, and then choose sheet list. And once you're here, you're going to add two fields, which are sheet name, and then click here, add parameters, and then sheet number, and then add again. Once you're finished, you can add how many you want here, but for me, I just want sheet name and sheet number. And then here you can press OK. So here's the sheet list. What you can do now is you could go right here under schedule. It will be in the sheet list. So now you could go back to the cover sheet and then drag and drop. So now you will have your sheet list. After that, you need to double click first floor again, and then here we just need to drag and drop level 1 right here, and then level 2 again for second floor. And then if you notice, it's saying level 2. I want it to say second floor. So what you do is you can actually go to your viewport right here, and then under here we have view name is level 2. If you want it to just be changed in this title sheet, you can put the name right here. But if you want it to be changed right here and also into your project browser, you will need to change it from here. But now I just want to leave the level 2 right here, so I'm just going to change the title on the sheet to second floor. Click here and then click apply. So it will just change right here, but not on our project browser. I'm gonna do the same thing onto my level 1. So here, let's go back to first floor, and then click here. Once you click there, you'll be able to go to your view per line and then change it first floor. Click here and then click apply. So that's how you change it. If you want to change this one or you want to move it, you can move it. So first, what you do is click here. You'll be able to move everything. If you just want to move this viewport title, you just need to select this one and then you'll just move this one. If you want to extend or contract this, you just need to click on the viewport and then now you can grab it from there. So those are the ones that you need to do. Let's go back to section, and then now let's drag section 1 and then section 2. And then here we have elevation. Let's go to my elevation, east first and then north. Go here again. You can have south and then west. And then just to make everything nice as well, if you go to your 3D view number 1, if you want this to be your starting view, what you need to do is you will need to go to manage and then here click on view, starting view. Once you go here, it will ask you which one do you want to be your starting view. So every time you open this project, it will start on that. So here I'm gonna go to drop down and then I'm gonna choose this and then press OK. So now this will be my starting view all the time now. So now if we completely did all of this, if you want to print it all, so full set, you will need to go here under print and then you will need to go to combine multiple selected if you want to combine them all together. If you want it to be individual, you will need to click this. So for now, this is grayed out because we're not in the sheet. If we go to the sheet and then click on print again, as you can see, if once you select this, select view and sheets, now it will go to create separate file. You can do that, you can do this if you want to, but for me I like it to be combined in one PDF. So I always go back here and then here I will select all the views. So here you will need to uncheck this because this is the views, different kind of views that we have. So uncheck this, and then only the sheets are appearing. What I like to do is check all, and then I will save as. Saving this, basically I want to save this as a set, and I'm gonna call it full set. And then some people, if you have a big project and you have addendums or changes, site instructions, you probably will need to create a lot of views or sets that are pre-organized already. Because sometimes if you did a change, so I'm gonna check none. If for example you just did a change on your first floor and on your elevation, you don't need others. And then at least you can save this one, and then you can put it as change number 1. And then you can save that as well. So now if you go here and then go here, you will see that you have the full set, and then you also have change 1. So you can set everything that you've done, and then you can always come back. So now I'm gonna print out the full set, and then I'm gonna press OK, and then OK. So the printout is ready. So I'm gonna double click on that, and it will look like this. And that's your full, first printout. And as you can see, everything is merged. It's not individual. Other things that I want to do is I want to put in a model number here, or a model text. So here you need to go to your architecture, click on model text. You could put, I'm gonna put the house number here, which is 50. And then here you could set, pick a plane, and then I'm going to set it right here. And then you will need to do it again, 50 house number, and then right here you can select that. You can edit, so I'm gonna edit, so just select that, edit type, and then you want to duplicate this. And for me, I just want to put this one at, I'm estimating around 200 only. Press OK, change this to 200, and then press OK. Now you just need to move it, and I'm good with that. Probably change the extrusion. So here, text left, you can change the material. So let's change this to something metal. And then here I'm gonna pull it up, apply OK, and then here the depth, I'm going to change that to probably 25, and at least you have your house number right there. I'm also going to add in some more info right here. And also, I also decided to extend this more in the front. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to grab this and then move it. and then just move everything back again. AL, and then AL again, and then now we're gonna move this AL. The reason that I'm doing this so that I will have a nicer, so I'm just gonna move it by using my arrow key. I need to do this so that I have a nicer view. So I just need to quickly edit this. Click finish, and then I'm going to extend this boundary. And then here, I'm going to align this one as well. Yeah, this one is much better in terms of how it looks. So I just extend that a little bit. If you want to know how much is, I'm going to grab my dimension, and then from E grid line up to here is around 6100. I just want my front to have this, and then at the same time we could edit the grass, the front grass, to have a nice those steps, concrete steps. So I'm gonna add some concrete step right here, and then I'm going to copy as much as possible. I want it to be 500, and then copy, and then copy multiple, and then at the same time I want it to be added around here as well. So I'm gonna copy that, and then here I'm gonna copy again, and then I'm gonna rotate that. I'm gonna probably add it I'm gonna probably add here AL, and then AL here, and then here I'm going to extend it below. I'm gonna move this just enough. Copy again, and then let's make this one small enough, but not too much. I want my grass, so I'm gonna use AL. And then now I'm gonna begin copying. I'm gonna copy it on this side. And let's remove some of this and then add this one. Copy again. And then just add this. And then click finish. And then we just need to add another grass. So I want to see CS. So floor number 2. And then here we could just use this and then use this. And then here I'm gonna grab it, click on tab, select that, and then copy, so that you can copy it multiple times easily. And then click on tab again in order to get that corner. And then after that, add the same thing right here. Then once you have 4, grab that, copy again, and then just keep on adding. And then here, copy again, click on tab, CO, and then just add it in the corner. If you don't see the corner, click on tab and then click finish. And then now we just need to put this one to ground. And then sometimes you want to have it some top offset. So we could add a top offset, so height offset from level around 25. So I think that's good enough, 25. And then we put the grass around. I'm just going to edit this one as well. Edit this boundary. I just want everything to look nice. And then maybe pull this one back. And then we could put this one 100 height offset, so everything is leveled right here. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Twinmotion on the next video. So you want to make sure that this is on fine, and then it's on 3D, and then you save it first. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So our model is ready to be sent to Twinmotion. You wanna make sure that you click you're saved, and then this is under file, and your view is under 3D. So now what you need to do is go to your Twinmotion plugin and then click on See in Twinmotion. So let's wait for it to synchronize and I'll come back. So once it's synchronized, it will ask you direct link to a new project and then press OK. And then here we're gonna click on continue with 2022.2 version. So here is our project, and because our ground was -19, that's why it's showing like this. Now we just need to click on the floor of Twinmotion, and then here we could just drop it down like that, and then it will show the rest of our model. So you just need to do that and it will show. Before we continue, what we need to do is we need to save as, and then go to the location. I'm gonna save it right here, and then I'm gonna put the name, and then save it right there. Once it's saved, I noticed that I made a mistake here. This is not grass, it's supposed to be concrete. So I'm just gonna go back right here and then select that, and then this will be another floor. I'm going to duplicate that, floor number 6, and then I'm just going to change this one to a concrete finish. And then I'm just gonna use one of this, apply, OK, and then OK, and then save it again, and then click on See in Twinmotion again. Now it will change it to a different material, and then at least we could change that up. So first things first, go to your burger menu, and then here sign into your Epic Games. Once you sign up, that will you'll be able to be cleared to use Megascan, Quixel Megascan, and Sketchfab if you were gonna need it. Let's go to material first, and then glass. I always change the glass first with the two-sided glass, and then here I'm gonna put the opacity around 70 to 60, and then here I'm going to change this to a much darker, around 59 is good. Press OK, and then here you use your WASD to go left, right, back, and then Q and E to go up and down. So here we're going to change this to a black color. So we could go to wall covering, matte paint, and then we're going to change that to a darker, and then reflectiveness is around 60, 62. And then in terms of the mullion, I'm going to click on material picker, click on that, and I want it to be a darker mullion. Here, if it's possible, I'm going to do a darker as well. And then that one, I kind of like the black and gray combination. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And then something needs to be done here. I'm going to look into that. For some reason it's showing like that. Let's see in Revit what's going on. So here it's good, but in Revit it's not. So in Revit it's good, but in Twinmotion it's not. So it's just probably a bug. Good thing it's not visible, but we could just deal with that later on. So now I'm gonna use my satin paint and then satin paint right here so that everything is satin paint. We could use maybe the shiny one, but it doesn't look good. So the satin is where we're gonna use that instead. And then here we're gonna try to use this and then use a metal finish. In terms of this, I want to choose this metal panel. I'm gonna put the scale down and see how it looks. And then here we're going to change to a wood finish. I want something that is I think this one is good enough. And then for this one it's really weird because when we see it in Revit everything is looking good. So now what we could do is put in a stone finish and we maximize the size there. We can change this up, probably something like this, but really is the best thing is the dark as well. This one can be good as well. Brown stone. And then I just want a metal. I'm gonna choose chrome and then make it metal. And then the reflectiveness, I'm gonna put it down a little bit so it looks like a semi-gloss paint. So I'm actually happy with this look. And then at the same time I want my wood background, so let's go to our Quixel Megascan and then here surface and then wood and then plank, and actually I'm gonna leave it on white there, and then here the wooden finish. So we have wood finish, We have another wood finish at the top, stone, and this metal panels, and I'm happy with the way it looks. And then here, let's try and use the additional. It doesn't look nice. Wooden planks. I'm just gonna use either concrete painted, and then let's check the stone here. I'm going to use this stone, and then this beach pebble. So this one, I'm gonna put it right here, and it will look like that. I think that's good enough. And then I'm gonna try this one right here. So that looks nice right there. And then here, I'm going to select that, reflectiveness on, setting, and then metalness on. In terms of color, let's make it something silver. So I'm happy with that. This is already concrete. And then let's go back here. And then go back again. And then let's go to actually the material, ground, man-made. And let's just use one of the concrete. So concrete 1 and concrete 2. And then here we're gonna choose this metal, reflectiveness, and then it's already on. So that's good. Then in terms of here, this is really my favorite. I want to try this one as well. So it looks light. You can see the stone. So that looks nice as well. So what I want to add is I want to select this, and then I'm going to my scene graph, and I'm gonna select both of the floors, and then right click here and then isolate. Now we only have our grass. What I'm gonna do is here I'm gonna go to my context, vegetation scatter, and then here long grass, drop it there, select that, go to settings, so it doesn't matter. Here I'm just going to select all of that. So I was wondering if I just do, so I'm gonna try and delete that. What if I just do the lawn so that it looks nicer? So you just need to click on it multiple times, and it will go on all of it, and then you'll see that it's adding grass. But the lawn grass is not actually looking nice, so I don't want that as well. It's not packed enough, so I'm gonna try this long grass as well. Number 1. Drop it there, select that, and then click here. So this one is much better. I like how it looks. So it's building up like that. And then what we could do is we could select that again, or deselect that. I wonder if we could just select this one and then change the setting. So now I select that again, and then the sizing. And then go back and look at it. And then it's actually became smaller. So 10% only. And then now we just need to unisolate everything. I know it became went over some, oversprayed it, but that's fine. And then in terms of the gate, I have a gate right here that is ready. I'm probably gonna include that as well. You just need to go here and then import, and then you just need to download it from where I'm gonna put it. So here, modern gate, I'm going to select that and then add it right here. You can pull it up and then go to drop down, select only that one, and then click on tab so that you can change how it's wide enough and how tall it is. I want it to be a little bit tall so that we can see the difference between both of this. And then let's move this one past the wall. There we go. And then go back, move this one a bit right there. Move it a bit. and then I'm happy with that. Click on tab again, and then hold on shift to add it on the other side. Press OK, and then here go back. It's already only in the color. Click on tab, and then resize that or scale it. And I'm happy with that. Now we have our model looking like this. We can have an image like this, and that will look nice. In terms of the reflectiveness of this, I'm probably going to leave it like around 78. And then here we could turn that into black so that it looks nicer. So that looks nice. I'm happy with the way it looks. Obviously we're gonna use this view, and then we're probably going to add some backgrounds. So something that you will need to do so that it looks nicer and looks populated, so that you have some neighbors around. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So here we're in Twinmotion, and we're gonna continue working on this. First, we're going to add in some of the trees. So here, I'm gonna use probably vegetation paint, but for now, I'm gonna add some of the trees right here. So I'm gonna add the trees right here, and then I'm gonna pick and choose which one's gonna be for the inside and then for the outside as well. So I could put one small one right here. I'm gonna make it age 0 so that it's small enough, it's sizable enough that it doesn't hinder this and it doesn't hinder the view. And then here we could add in some trees, and then also at the back. Then here I'm gonna probably add a smaller version of this. And then we're going to setting, and then here under camera we want to turn that on, and then here color gradient, I want it to be blue tint. And then in location, I want the background picture to be none. And then if you're following, you probably have some buildings or some houses that you already did, and what you will need to do is just basically do this and then add to user library, and you will be able to add at least a house. So here I'm looking at the things that I already added before, created. I'm not sure if this is a house, but I want to double check. So it's just freezing at the moment. So I believe this is a house as well that I'm probably going to add so that I have some background. This is like a previous house that I did before. I'm gonna add it like that and shorten it a bit, and probably on the side as well. I'm just adding this so that my background is good enough to have like a neighbor, and it will look populated. So buildings, I'm not sure if I have another one. I probably have. Those are lights. I already have that one. If not, I'm probably going to just use the same thing. So I think that's about it for me. I think I already have only one. I can always add others. I just need to open them up. But it's a good thing if you have them ready, so that you just need to keep on adding. And then here I'm just gonna add this. I did this before, so I know. And then here I'm just gonna do this like that. And then I'm gonna go to lighting, turn on sky dome, go back to the main, and then don't forget to save it. And then here, go to environment, skies. We could do low sun, overcast, and then go to more, and then let's try one of this. So let's just wait for it to load. I like that one, the way it shows. I want to make sure that we're already signed in. We could try this one as well, overcast. For the intensity, I will lower it down, move it a bit. And then white balancing, sun intensity, and then ambient exposure a bit. And then this is where you just play around. So I'm gonna choose one of this, fish hook beach, and then I'm going to go here under my sky dome, and I'm going to change that. And it will give me this gloomy feeling. And actually that looks really nice. So I even like the background, at least we have something to show at the background. So I think that's perfect. I have my trees in front. I'm probably going to add another tree here. Showing like that. And then we could add in a car. Choose one of this. I'm gonna rotate it 90. So let me do it again. So the only problem we have here is, even though we're sticking it to the proper inclined, but the thing is, the way it gets put or oriented is different. And even though we do this, it happens like that. So that's the only problem I'm having here. But anything else is good. And then if we want to take an image. We're gonna take an image like this. I'm gonna take like that. I'm gonna stretch it out a bit, and then at least there's like backgrounds. And then I'm gonna straighten it a bit. I'm gonna press number 2 so that it doesn't come too fast. Click finish and then refresh it, and then under more, let's go here and then turn on path tracer. I'm gonna change this to low first so that I could see how it looks, and then from here under more, in this rendering, what we can do is we could change some of this. And then lighting, we're gonna change the exposure, the ambient, the sun intensity, and the white background. You want to make sure that not too much exposure. And then go to camera again and go to visual effects, color gradient, and then the color contrast. And then once you're happy, go back here, go to more renderings, and then you can now change it to high. Go back here to image, and then you need to press refresh. So now it will stick to that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this so that it will turn off. Change this to so that it has a different image. And then different look. And then I'm gonna take an image again, turn that on, and then turn this on as well. Then from here, turn that back off, and then change this direction. And then create an image and then turn that back on. Now I have 3 images that I'm happy. Make sure you save it again. And then go back to media, and then we're just gonna create a video. And then here we don't need this one turned on anymore. Here what we're gonna do is this one should be turned on, but we're going to quit that, and then we're gonna create a video, and then from here we could start our video. So create video. I'm probably going to refresh it like this, and then zoom in, and then click on keyframe, and then change it to 8 or 6. And then after that, change view, and then create a new view path and do this, and then click here, create keyframe, change it to 6 again, and then here I want to go up, so I'm gonna click on this video, I'm gonna center it and then refresh, and then Q to go up, and then there. So around 8 seconds. And then zoom it again. I want to showcase this. Click here, around 4 seconds. And then here again. For seconds again. And then a shot of the curved look. And let's leave it at 10 seconds. And then we need to go back now to finish off. So around 5 seconds for that. And then the middle part. Go back around 5 seconds again. And then we're done. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to rename it show reel, and then here I'm just going to duplicate this and then rename this part now to shorts. And then here click on more, go to custom, click on more again. This will be 1000 and this will be 700. Go back, it will change, and then click more or click the video itself and just review how it looks. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refresh it right here and then move it like that. So basically you're just going to redo it a little bit because it's expanded a bit. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move it forward and then up to there. This one I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then here I'm probably going to move it more. This one as well. To move it. And then I'm just gonna leave it like that. Put it there, and that's it. So I'm happy with that. So we're gonna stop here for now, and thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.